Well, good afternoon, everybody. Excuse me, just to clear my throat then. More hunting for stuff. Oh, headlight bulbs. More hunting for stuff. I've got my beefsteak. Ah, car 54. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Joe, welcome, welcome. Take that. And that. No, I don't want... No. And that. And that. That'll teach me. Getting beaten up is not a very good start to the day. I've got my beefsteak though. Leonard Tax, good afternoon. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're just going on a little hunt for stuff. Probably get shot. But if we don't, it's a bonus. And then if we find stuff, that's an even bigger bonus. Oh, look, we've got a cigarette. I'm not a smoker. But we're already finding stuff. So we want nails and 4 dials. That's what we're after, the usual. And to try not to get shot. Not a fan of getting shot. But you can see how if you, you know, yesterday with me and Gideon were running through the, you know, in Berenzino, you know, if I'm honest, I'd almost sort of like given up because of the dogs. Not given up, you know, I was going to go out fighting, but that just proves how, if you're lucky, and you stick at it, you can bring yourself back from the brink. The downside is you could do that and then get punched out by the next infected or shot by the next freshie. But as long as you don't give up every time, you know, like you run out of bandages or you've got the blood infection, I know a lot of it will depend on, you know, how much time you have to play. You might not be able to afford the time to, you know, drag it out. Ultimately you're going to die, but dragging it out for another 45 minutes for the same result to happen. But if you can bring yourself back from the brink, you know that there's always a chance. You know, the first thing is to try not to get yourself in that position. That's always the first one, if possible. You know, like making sure you eat, make sure you drink, so if something was to happen, like when we got shot yesterday because we had just gone fishing and drunk, I knew food wasn't going to be an issue. I mean, it's just a bullet that was the issue that caught me out at the end of the day. But, you know, if you start to starve and they can hear your belly rumbling, you know, that can put extra pressure on. But if you can keep stuff like that in check, it makes it a lot easier to, you know, concentrate on other things. Yeah, and, you know, there is like a lot of people, you know, they get the wrong spawn. Again, unofficial. You get the wrong spawn, they'll jump off the crane, or, you know, you've got the blood infection or you've got cholera. But it is, sometimes it is pointless, because you can, you fight back from the brink. I mean, and we were dodgy for a long time, until we pretty much got back to here, and you can do all that, and still die, so it is a fine balance between but I think as long as you know how far you can push it, there is always a chance. When you're starving, you might not know where all the wells are, but you could get a can of Coke or something off the infected, or you can get a tomato or something that keeps you going that little bit longer. Then you might get a gun, then you can shoot an animal, or you can go fishing, and then you bring yourself back from the brink. Which is always a nice thing to know, that you can bring yourself back if, there's still an element of luck. Yeah, so these don't have the same persistence. I meant to get them. Field vest. I do miss the extra storage, I'm not going to lie, especially if you get the butt pack and the assault vest. That's pretty much another backpack you've got in pretty much another backpack you've got there in storage, but again, no protection. And we know from being unofficial, when we had plate carriers on and we both survived, everybody who got shot survived at least like one shot, so, and that was with like 308 7.6254 sort of stuff. So it was extremely valuable there if you're PvPing. And it is pumpkin seeds. That's unusual. Did I? No police event. I'm going to hit Cherno, see if we can find some nails. They're always going to be handy. But I think that is the thing. If you know how far you can push yourself, there's always that small chance. And that might be a bigger risk, like running into a heavily populated area where you could get third-partied from somebody as you're fighting infected. But, going into an industrial to find food, no, the chances are extremely small. But if you would go over to the houses just over this fence and across the road, you're back in, like, housing type areas where you stand a chance of finding stuff like that. So knowledge does help, but it doesn't always work. We need to find Gideon another SG or a Pioneer. Is that rope? Yeah. we can find stuff this close to home. But you want these blue sheds. They're the ones you want. The lucky blue sheds. Backheads. So they're all open. Oh, extendable baton. Big lids, welcome in. Hello, hello. So we're on the forever hunt for nails and Ford aisles. Now somebody's been through, but let's give it a go anyway. I'm going to eat a beef steak. The way they look at you. I think it's the first piece of beef I've had for a long time here. I think someone's been through. We'll check these, or we'll check up here. I know you can't find nails. Yeah, that's all our budget gone, that is now. We'll be back on noodles and ramen. You know, it is nearly the end of the month. So they got a notice board up. Oh, what a notice board. I could put Rusty's joke of the day on there for people. You know. The first joke of the day will be my PvP ability. That's the first joke of the day. Come on, magic car. Yeah, I can't blame my new mouse. I've got a new mouse. It's a fantastic thing. But I need to have a little play with it because it hasn't got the extra buttons that I'm used to. And the problem is I like the shape of the new one a lot, but it's got the two thumb buttons, which are obviously push to talk and inventory, but I haven't got like the other four. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I've all got. Oh shit! So that is going to take a little bit of getting used to. Because I can just flick my index finger to change guns, left or right, so I can, get the Mosin out, put the Mosin away with just a flick of my right finger, sorry. I'm going to have to push the keyboard button, but I'm using the old one. But that proves one, how good some shooters are at being able to lead shots, and how difficult it can be, but how good some people are to be able to pull off, the perfect sort of like lead, leading the shots. No police event here, that's open. We'll do a similar sort of route as what we've done yesterday. Yeah, I think these have all been checked, haven't they? Saw. We'll have to collect some planks later as well. I mean, and the thing is, welcome in, Banished. Welcome. Hello. I suppose that's something. The more you do, the better you get. And I think doing the deathmatch servers can help to a certain extent, but again, a lot of it is, I think, situational as well. Not often are you in the same. Everything's exactly the same. But that was good. At least we didn't get hit. And again, I don't know whether they thought I'd run off or whether they knew where I was. I'm not sure, but I had 2 more bottle suppressors on me as well. So potentially, if you're close enough, you can hear it. But potentially, I could have got, if I thought about it. Well, I did. Yeah, I could have got potentially a couple more shots without them having a better idea of where I was. And that's why sometimes people throw away tracers as well if they find them. When ammunition is in an abundance, like on official, I think when I watched the running man, if he's got tracers, he'll throw them away. If he's got an abundance, he'll throw them away. He won't use tracers. But the poor old woodsman, you know, we can't afford to throw anything away. I think we're the apocalyptic upcyclers. And I think again the deathmatch servers are, you know, I think they are a good use, but for me I think it's more for practice and sniping than running round. You can do a bit of both, but quite often if you run round you just get blasted by everybody. If you camp, you might get a couple of shots before you get shot by somebody, so at least you can get used to how to not necessarily have to change your range on your gun, but just how to aim slightly higher or lower. But we'll get there. Oh, Valhalla, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I think they can be fun, but I can't plan for too long. The noise for one thing, but they can be fun. Geezer Joe. Yeah, and I think it comes down to if you're doing it more frequently, yeah, you do, you know, you get muscle memory, you get used to keeping a clear head and not trying to panic, you know. And if I'd have stayed where I was, I think they would have known. And I think if I hadn't have moved to double check where where Gideon was, I knew where he was, but I needed to double check where he was to see if I could overwatch, you know. Perhaps I should have gone upstairs. I don't know. There's all these things that, you know, in the next situation, I would have got hit first and not even been able to do anything. Valhalla. Well, we are out and about. We're looking for nails and Ford Isles. The usual. Just trying something a little bit different. Yeah, and that is the thing with DayZ. It's unforgiving in that regard because your progression. Oh no, we're not picking that up. Stops there. You know, you can't learn anything more from that point. You have to go back, and because the situations may never be the same, you may never get to reenact that. So you might make a different mistake just as critical. Igloo, yeah, Jeanette and Mufasa, the most fashionable people in the apocalypse. Gigi, good afternoon as well. I hope all is well in Clowntopia. And you're keeping the clownists at bay. No. Yeah. Well, you. Oh, that sounded like machine gun fire. But you know, like we said yesterday, that is the difference between a crackhead and, you know, our gear was still there. If that had been anybody else, who, you know, a casual visitor, that it wouldn't have been. And that is the, you know, I suppose it might. Igloo, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Very kind. Time for a pint. What are we on? We're on 26 degrees. So yeah, a nice cold beer or gin and tonic. One of the two, I reckon. But since I haven't had a beer in a long time, not that I had, not that I had a problem or given up, I just don't miss it. I just don't miss it. But an ice cold Desperados on a day like this would be amazing. Yeah, well, you wouldn't have had any stuff left, and that's the difference. And that's, I think, when you get, you know, we talk about when you understand or you get the server and how it runs and how it's run for as long as it has for so long. It's little things like that that make all the difference, you know. It's still, you know, it's not good getting shot at, but that's part of the game. But it's just encouraging people, you know, this has happened, but you've got all your stuff. And for us, you know, I'll probably jinx it, but like I said, this backpack, I think I've been shot 4 times and managed to get it back 4 times. Well, they know how to, you know, outside of the game as well as inside the game, but they just know how to play, you know, not being a jerk, you know, like unofficial, because of where we were. You'd have probably shot the guns if you couldn't carry them, or you'd have thrown them as far as you could, you know, because people can spawn in, you know, get a lucky spawn, or they can keep killing themselves till they can get back. You know, you know, a lot of the times, if you're by the coast, you'd throw the stuff in the sea, you know, to deny them getting anything back. But here, that's not the same, and I think that's when you've been here long enough, like a lot of us have, you understand that. You know, if they've got a decent gun and you want it, you're going to take it, and if they've got ammo that you need, you take it. But you're not going to necessarily take stuff you don't need or destroy it just to be an idiot, you know. And that is the difference. And I think once people, you know, when we say about, you know, getting the server or understanding the server, that is exactly my point. You understand the server, and you know, and if everybody done that, it just encourages people, one, to be a bit more observant. You can learn from it because you're not having to start from scratch all the time, you know. And they can't, you know, if you get shot in the chest, you know, they can't help shooting you in the chest or the head. But, you know, end of the day, I always look at it, whenever I die, I've lost everything until I get stuff back. So anything I get back, I deem as being a bonus. You know, but that is, you know, that's the difference. Even when I got held up, I'm sure it was Blank who held me up, but didn't say anything, and I made it really awkward for him. You know, I wasn't playing, you know, the game. I think all he wanted was my guns. That's all he wanted. But I made it awkward, so I think he had to finish me off. But even my stuff was still there, you see. But I suppose in some cases it could spoil you for other places where they don't do that sort of thing. You know, you might get a bit upset when you get back to your body to find all your stuff's been shot or it's all despawned because they've left it on your body. But there'll be times when that can't happen as well. You know, situation will dictate what you can, you know, what you can and can't do. No, this was early on. This was early on in the. I don't know if that was this wipe or last wipe. I can't quite remember, but and again, I'm not 100% sure it was him. But he looked like his character, and that's the sort of thing he'd possibly do if he knew he could get away with it without any consequences. And he didn't speak. That was the. But again, it could have been anybody. But I don't think he genuinely wanted to finish me off. But I made it really awkward for him. But that was funny when, yeah, that was when I pretended I was with somebody else and put my voice on like full volume, hoping somebody else was in the industrial. Help, help, I'm over here, I'm over here. He's got me, he's got me. And you see him looking round. That was quite funny. So we need to focus on crikey. How many of you who play yeah, that was really funny. I literally put my voice on yeah, I put my voice on 3. He had me tied up. He knocked me out twice at this point. And I had my voice on full, and I'm like, help, help, he's over here, help, help. And he had a knife, and you see him doing this, and I scurried off around the side of a container with my hands bound. That was it didn't work. That was funny though. If somebody else had been in earshot, a bit like Ark Raiders when someone's been ratted. There's an evildoer. There's an evildoer. I've been ratted. I've been ratted. Help! Help! That's what we're on. Positive Mental Attitude Monday. That's what we're on. I looked in there before, didn't I? Come on, Bernard's car. Get some duct tape, make another bottle suppressor. But I've got 2 beefsteaks on me. Yeah. Yeah. What his name was, Francis or something. I can't remember what his name was, but yeah. And hopefully they remember that, you know, that we tried to, you know, be genuine. Whereas I know if they'd have, well, some of the groups would have traded with him if they had a, you know, if we'd have had a decent gun left. For us, it would have been worth a 4 dial. You know, to trade with him, if that's what he was after. But But as we were low on stuff, oh, black tactical jumpers, weren't they were after? But yeah, I'll always recommend. I know a lot of people won't, but I'll always recommend. You know, take them to the traders, because you get true value. If you go to the groups, you'll get what they've got, or you'll get shot potentially. Let me just put the camera on for you. DD. Oh do. Come on, Bernard's car. Hacksaw, we don't need no stinking hacksaw, but we do need to get more planks. We do need to do that. We've got to watch out, the troublemaker's in. I believe IRL, there was a new riddle added to the family, I believe, and I think he's obviously taken out time for that. He's popped in from time to time. Yeah, but yeah, I think he's got far more important priorities at the moment. I think he'll pop back when he gets the time. Let's check these houses down here. Let's shake it up a little bit, because it's going to get dark. Big Lou. Gas stove. Yeah, to follow up, you have to step forward to follow up on the infected. Holy chest holsters, Batman. And that's when people hit each other, because if you don't step into it, you allow them time to recover, and then they can close a gap if you're quick and you do. We're good. It's a struggle in the apocalypse, as always. But we're getting there. We are getting there. Yeah, just the usual day in the apocalypse. Getting shot at. Fishing, getting attacked by dogs, bumping into interesting people. That means I'd be twice as bad a shot. That's what I was going to say. So how many of you who play DayZ have turned your little dot off? I don't know if it's been defaulted off here, but I always turn my little white dot that is normally in the middle of the screen. How many of you turn that off? Or do you still have it on? Yeah, we don't have enough ammo to run one gun, let alone two guns. One would just be for show. Yeah, I think I forget why I turned it off. I think I turned it off because it helps when you try and pick something up. But like hip firing with your pistol, it's sort of middle of the screen anyway, you know. And that dot isn't the white dot. I don't think it's a true, you know, accuracy. It can sort of lead you into a false sense of security, I think. I just checked those, didn't I? Yeah, I did, didn't I? I just didn't check the shooting stand. Because I came in from a different direction. Ah, right. Might have been when I was on console. Because I think it was still there. And it was like you couldn't use it for that purpose, so I turned it off. But it is difficult when you're trying to get the prompt for something, because you can't see where the prompt is to pick something up. And if you're at a car trying to get something out of there, binoculars. Checked all these, we run. It's a better way of coming across from there. You're not running across the open field as much. Turn the old fan on. Scorch you again. Don't know where this was coming from. Yeah, poor ball. One lucky shed. I have to try and pick. I think. Well, you have to do this frequently, but I'll have to drop that battle. There we go. Enough space for 2 boxes of nails and a forward aisle. You do have to be thorough when it gets dark like this, because you could have something hiding in the corner. There's a cock, which I think is also a game-ending find. Kozlovka cock. Nothing. Dang it.
Nice cut.
I think I do. Yeah. Yeah, I do. We'll check in here. Should we check in here for ammo? Well, I've got a spare shoulder in case we find another Mosin. But it's going to be dark to find all this stuff, you see. You have to be a little bit careful because you just miss stuff in the dark. I'm not a fan of looting at night. Oh, I've got a full bottle of that. It's even little things like trying to avoid jumping over fences. Try and make as little noise as possible. When possible. There's normally a lot more infected around here, I think. Gloves. So we just need to find electrical repair kit. Oh no, we don't eat that yet. I'm going to do this again with that, and if I only get 2 pieces of chicken meat, obviously the knife's too big for the job. I think that makes a difference, because I think with the fang, I've only ever had 2 pieces. So I'm going to try the next one with a steak knife, because each chicken I've cut up with that has ended up with 2 pieces, unless they've adjusted it to 2 pieces. So, but we'll find out next time I get a cock. I'm not sure about how you set your sensitivities up, but I always have to turn mine down on here to about 35. About 35 sensitivity in these on the settings. It's far too sensitive on like the 100 settings. And I'd always rather adjust the in-game settings and have I suppose you could have a specific mouse setting for this game. Yeah, in and around that. Because you get, well, you know, I get too seasicky if you're looking round. It's like that all the time if you're not careful. Not that we can actually see much in the dark. Unlucky garage. Wire. Boo. Yeah, I'm going to check. Yeah, next time I get a chicken, I'll use a steak knife and see if we get any more. It might be the damage you do to it, I guess, when you swipe it. So some of them, and I don't know if that's specific here, but they go into like a half alert and then they go back to normal walking. When you watch them in the embassy, in the industrial, some of them will do like half alert and then wander off again. I don't know if that's just they're on, you know, heightened alert. But yeah, they do like they arch for a couple of seconds and then they carry on. But you're right, there are normally a lot more infected around here. Yeah. It's all about the posture, isn't it? All about the posture. Posture, posture, posture. Yeah, I had the CR for the longest time as well. When I first, you know, that was one of the guns that they had upstairs. I really don't need another one. I'm going to drop that for that. because you know there'll be the great shortage of sewing kits and leather kits like there always is. You know, you'll have, you know, there's times when you're literally giving them away because you've got so many, and then you're running with pink flat shoes, you know, lady shoes, because that's all the shoes, you know, you can't afford to repair anything. You've got no repair kits. So you're picking up anything and everything you can find. Yeah, when you play well, any server really, but when it gets dark like this and all you hear is footsteps. Yeah, when all you hear is footsteps, it's crazy. Oh. Nearly got a little bit turned around there. Sounded like a water cock there, a creek cock, but it wasn't, it was just the water. Naked man. Nothing in here. Start running out of space. Bear me a second, I'm just going to put the fan on. There we go. That'll be a little while before we're just blowing hot air around the room. Oh. Move my chair a little bit too close. Yeah, what we're in now, July, quite nearly in August, September, October, so 2 and a bit, nearly 3 months away. And Badlands. Yeah, I do think the building mechanics or the building adjustments, I think, will be a good, a good change, a good adjustment. Yeah. The day we met Jay. I didn't say it in time, but yeah, I was ready to go out in a blaze of glory, hacking him with my knife because I thought he was a baghead until he spoke. I think I had my knife out and I was ready to lunge at him. But it used to be, yeah, passing out mid-sentence, yeah. But it used to be the zombies never used to stop even when you're unconscious. If they knocked you uncon, you were dead. You didn't come round. They would just keep attacking you until you died. And once you died, obviously you'd respawn. But yeah, they would, once you were dead, they just would wander off. I remember being at the Northwest Airfield. This was on console. I managed to have a set of MVGs, and I still laugh at this. I was cheesing it because it was at night. I had a suppressor and I was obviously popping the infected because they were close by, or I was punching them out. One of the two. I can't quite remember, but I was definitely cheesing it on one of those camo bunkers. And I thought I'd knocked them all out, as in I thought they were all gone. And obviously that was when even console had pitch black nights as well, or darker nights on official. And as I jumped off the compound to start looting or to move through the tents, my battery died on my MVGs. And what I didn't realise is that sometimes the infected, they go dormant. If you're stood on something, they can't get to you. They just stand there, but they were hidden by the compound. So as soon as I jumped down, they like rushed me, knocked me out, and I died. It all of a sudden just went black. And I'm like, what's going on here? And I panicked, and it's not as easy to change, like drag another battery in as it is on console. You have to get the, it's not quite as simple. But yeah, I panicked, got knocked out, and that was me. I was finished. Not one of my proudest moments. Hunter's vest. And nails. Oh, comp pie. I haven't got a heat pack either, fine. No. Yeah, that was an interesting thing. I still had gear fear then, and that hit you a lot harder. But now I think once you get used to not really worrying too much about it, it's more just starting again. But also knowing where you are on the map, to potentially need to have a slightly better gun than a repeater, although that'll do the job in the right hands. I think that's the difference. You know that an IJ as your only weapon at the Northwest Airfield can be quite limiting. You can still do damage with it. Ah, Dave. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm just passing through, not... Thought I heard a heli. And I think on here you have to be close before you hear them. I think on purpose they've done it so you're not going to hear them halfway across the map. No scallywags yet. I think. Because, I've been lucky a couple of days and found some nails, but I think we might need to just push the boundaries a bit more. because you know you've got a lot of people on the coast now looking for the same stuff, doing the like east to west route along the coast. Not even like worrying about getting shot so much, because if it is most of the people that live around our way, they're just going to be out in numbers, you know, so it is difficult to find stuff, because I think everybody's still out looking for it. So I think we're just going to push the boundaries just that little bit more. Oh, and as if by magic. I mean, there are wolves, so if I sort of like head towards that shed where they just popped in. That one down there just popped in. Look at the sky. We're going to keep away from Vybor, because I don't fancy bumping into the Minutemen. I suppose you could ask them how they got that name. That might be why they're so angry all the time. Possibly they're single. That could be the reason. Yeah, they're proud. That's the best way to be. Don't be intimidated. That is indeed the best way to be. Rope. Overalls. Yeah, the apocalypse can be an extremely lonely place. you know, so we shouldn't judge. Shut up. I've got my map, haven't I? Yeah. I think we're coming up to the Sobors. There it is, there's the Sobors. I think that's where the summer camp is. Over the other side of that tree. Up the trees. Yeah. Sobors. Ah. Carhole, thank you very much for the raid over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. Welcoming everybody. Ah, friendliest flower, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we've gone a little bit further afield, trying to find stuff. I'm not going near Vibor though. If they've been hit quite hard, like I think somebody said they had been, they're probably going to be even less friendly. So let's not go that way. Oh, over on Big Joshua. Ah! Got to make sure they pay their dues. Make sure they got to pay their dues. Well, welcome in. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, I got to stay away from Severograd as well, but I might go across those. I know this is probably Operation Certain Death. But just go across those towns, all the little settlements and stuff. I know everybody else probably does it. But just go north of Severograd. Catley, good afternoon. Hello, hello. Well, we have got the military. I don't. Right, come on. Not that I've got any space for anything. Improvised hand wraps. Where's the picnic bench? Here it is. I found a scope on here before. Not this time. So we've got the convoy up here. I think it's on this track. Oh, there's a cow. There's a Sobor cow. I heard a Sobor cow. Yeah, it's on this sort of like dirt track here. Be a little bit safer when I get in these trees now the sun's coming up. Well, some of the tastiest beef, but yeah, because they could tell it wasn't, and some of the most difficult to find. Until it's getting colder up north. Yeah, that's the gambling one. That's Novi Sobor, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. I'm not scared of nothing. I'll go blasting away in Blackthorn's territory. They can go. Clearly, I wouldn't say it to their face. Yeah, I'll go loud. Nothing. I ain't afraid of nothing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. So I just need to keep heading north. Because I want to try and do the towns through here. I know there's other people who probably live up round here, and I'll probably bump into people, but try and stay away from Severograd. That can be extremely misleading when you know somebody's living there and it's not on the map yet. Probably bump into them as well. Oh, well, thanks for popping in, Banish. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, enjoy your run. This is where I'm not quite as familiar. I can still get to places, but I'm not quite as familiar with some of these places. Oh, is that Grishino? Yeah, we'll try. We'll try. Ah, welcome in, Paul. The Woodsmen are doing okay. It's hard out there in the apocalypse, but we're making the best of it. No, so where am I? That can't be Grishino. Or is it? There is a church there. I'm up here somewhere. Check my pie. Oh, crikey, you got completely turned around. That's why it's good to have a compass. You get turned around. How was your, is it June Awakening, your main one? How's that going? I'm still waiting for that. Magic, that we've got to check that, that little caravan. I think that's where I found the nails before. Although I could be wrong. What direction are we going? Yeah. Well, that's definitely east because the sun's coming up. But yeah, you've got the green route, so you could check that on the map as well if you're struggling. know, the green hiking trails. Oh, is that Dwarf Castle I can just see there? Over there, I think it is. So Zenith's that way. That's these little blue sheds that could be a thing of beauty. If you're lucky. Nope. Oh, it's the airfield. That is the airfield there. We're not going anywhere near the airfield. I think that is the place where they all are. Lots of epoxy 4 dials, nails, roast beef. There's a lot. Oh, friendliest flower. Welcome in as well over on YouTube. Yeah, that's Gushino. Is that Gushino? Yeah, it is, isn't it? You've got Northern Oasis up there. Should we have a look in Gushino? This is where FL used to hang about, I believe, years ago. This used to be a place. Another place to keep out of. But I'm sure this was yeah, because we used to sort of like run through the middle on our way to the traders. But I did hear that the ORCC aren't trading at the moment. Let's do a little in fact, yeah, I've been seeing that a bit more often now, infected on the roof. But this is probably somebody's loot route. Up this way, you know, so but hopefully they're concentrating more on getting goop from the airfield. Lime. Come on, let's be lucky. Positive Attitude Monday. Cock in a box. No, they're also dodgy Brits as well. Oh. Yeah, take that, infected. Black cargo pants. More cargo pants. Pickaxe. Yeah, I know where I am now. I think this is their pub, isn't it? Is this not their pub? Or was their pub? Oh, there's a pig that I can't fit in my bag. Cars and outhouses. That's what we're should be checking. Crikey. Oh, what outhouse here? Be looking straight through their window. I think we need to do a review of the best outhouses in the apocalypse. I'm going to be too conscious there. They're going to be staring at me for sure, I reckon. Perverts. Houses and cars. We're not checking houses. As much as I'd love to check all the houses, we're going to check cars, garages, and stuff like that. We're not going in the houses, apart from the camping shop. I think this one will have a good view. Yeah, nice view. Yeah, I think this will be quite good. Although as long as that curtain doesn't twitch in that caravan. You should be all right. No, I'm not. I'm not. They are extremely good for silently taking out dogs and stuff like that, but Chevelle. I still think because they are so sort of like initially fun to use. And if you get into that rhythm of shooting, picking your bolt up again, shooting your bolt and picking it up again, you can be quite smooth. But you only need to miss that one, and then you're not in for a very good time. I'm stuck. Oh, they've got the Anarchy assault boots as well. Keep my black ones. How close is too close to Severograd? Probably this is too close. Although if you do bump into them and they see you, just say I got lost. Something's in there. What we got? Don't need no stinking can opener. Be rude not to go into the police station as well, since we're here. Too fat to jump over to the wall. Yeah, I had somebody I was taking to Gorka and they gave me the slip. I might find an SS. Oh! Oh, I think it was a baghead. I think that was a baghead. I'll have to go back and look at that. Stab vest, you see. Yeah, that is indeed. I'm going to try and go round, see if I can. I thought he was going to get me for sure because I was like panicking, crouch walking. Yeah, if I had a normal vest on, that would have. I think. Yeah. I would have definitely been downed. That might have even finished me off, and not in a good way. Yeah, nobody does any talking when they're. So we're at 500 to that house. I mean, that was quite possibly a baghead. Quite possibly. I will go back and look at that in the. But they should have had me. I don't know if he had a double barrel, but I was literally crouch walking out in my panic. Oh, gas mask on. See, protection over carrying capacity. I think it must have been a shotgun. Yeah, I. Burned my jacket, the little bugger. But that is, you know, as soon as you get inland anywhere. Oh, hello. Is that a bait shot, do we reckon? They obviously don't know me. I scamper away as soon as I can. He's up there, isn't he? He's up in the tower. Do you think you could see me then? Sun should be in his eyes, which won't help. Yeah, the lady was on our side. I think that was a bait shot. But he ducked down. I've got to be careful because those trees aren't going to be... No, I'm not going to be able to get a good shot on. Where is the... Police station gone. There. I think he was up looking for movement, I think, in the town. Still there, look. If I see him pop up again, I'm going to try and get another angle. I think it's going to work. I mean, shall I try and push down to that tree line? Maybe go round and see if I can get a better shot. Yeah, well, this is the thing you're worried about. 'Cause if he's got a, you see how much better the binoculars were against a PU scope. So if he's got a hunting scope or a marksman scope, He's going to see me before I see him. But there was no signs of infected. You know, so it was difficult. And there might even be more than one of them. So this is pretty much like hunt and scope, marksman scope zoom on here. I'm back to full health. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, and he ducked into the thing when I shot at him as well. Oh, this is a perfect. Yeah, he obviously heard me coming in. So we're going to be about at least 1,000 meters. Probably, yeah, 1,100. Possibly. I think he's moved now. But yeah, it looked like he looked my way and popped down. Evildoers this far north. I can't see any infected around there. Ah, Gideon, welcome in, welcome in. This could be risky, but I want to check this caravan. And that shed. I could put that on. But I won't. Yeah, that's why I'm not getting too close. He could have moved. Let's stay in the tree line. Yeah, if I'd had I could have got a shot on him then. Yeah, so shut up, Mr. Fox. Yeah, protection over carrying stuff. I mean, that obviously ruined my raincoat. I don't know if that was badly damaged. Yeah, I should have been finished off there. Obviously, at that moment wasn't my time. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I was only at. I was only in Crescino police station. You know, that's a bit like being near Prigoroki, isn't it? You know, crikey, manners go out the window when you go, you know, past Mokolevka. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, so it was a full body shot. Probably buckshot. Well, I didn't even get cut. So what do you reckon that was? A slug? It knocked the wind out of me because I was struggling to walk. Couldn't get up. I don't know if that was damaged or badly damaged before, because I got shot yesterday, or coasted yesterday, so I'm not 100% sure, but I tried to keep a cooking pot in there because that way the cooking pot gets damaged, but the stuff inside is all right, unless it gets ruined and then you can't use it as a canteen, and you've just got like a 5 kilograms. You can't even pour the water out of it once it gets ruined, so you've got like a 5 kilogram lump. Let me check Xanax. There might be a convoy here. Yeah, honestly, as much as I like carrying stuff, I think as things are going to progress to being more shooty, I really think it is important to go for, you know, headshot. Like I think I got hit. Well, no, I got probably chest shotted. I don't know, but you know, if I didn't have a vest, I would have, as a minimum, I'd have dropped as a minimum. Haven't got space. I need to find another raincoat or something. Yeah. Evildoers everywhere. Didn't even have my gun out, did I? That's proper aura farming, that is. Running around without your gun out. find a cooking pot in here. The possessed. There's Gorka pork. Yeah, we're not going there. I reckon I scared him off with a CR pistol. I mean, he hit me. Again, it's not like he whiffed his shot, he hit me, but it's always funny when you're the one like aiming, waiting for somebody, because obviously you heard me open the first door. Yeah, there could have been two of them. You know, there could have been his buddy. I mean, it's too far away for me to see if that was the same person. But his buddy could have been in the town, and he could have been looking for signs of life and directing him to it. Because I think I would have thought that one shot was a bait shot to try and get me to peek. The little devils. Got to check these random sheds. I've got to. Yeah, like then there's no time to speak. You're not going to give away your position like that next to the airfield, you know. He's clearly not a people person. Normally, if I have time, you can tell how much I was panicking. Normally I'd have gone, that's not very nice, as I was running off, but I was panicking too much. I was like trying to run away like that. For some reason I couldn't stand up. He knocked the wind out of me, that was why. Yeah, so I was I was in Grashino, which is just to the east of the airfield. On my travels. Yeah, so I was... I don't want to give myself a blood bag. So I was in Grashino there, right in the centre, and he was in the PD. Which I think is at that sort of junction. So yeah, it's not sort of the place you're gonna, for the most. But the thing is, you really never know. You know, you really never know. I mean, there's a good chance that people aren't going to be willing to talk because they've managed to get that far up north, and they're now going to go. Luton or something. They're not going to risk it, you know, starting all over again on the coast. So I can see that. I could put the red dot on there, couldn't I, just to save space? Have I got a spare battery? Head torch, but it's that badly damaged, isn't it? So I don't really want it on because it's well, I've only got 2 shots, so there's Northern Oasis. I think and Severograd's that way, so if I go around the outside, I could play ignorant and just assume that they're still in Gorka. Thanks. %5, but you can stack them. Might have to drop the leather kit off. Oh, backpack's damaged. Can you let me... Oh, there's that summer camp. I'll probably get shot at here. So I think so you can use duct tape or a leather kit to repair your backpack. How about that? So this is that summer camp. I'll probably get shot here. But he who dares rodders. Yeah, you can get helis in these fields here. There are some garages up here as well. I'm thinking that guy was going to go to the airfield. Not got my gun out, I'm friendly. Please don't be a cannibal. I need at least a green jacket. But I'm going to get a cold soon if I'm not completely careful. I can't see any infected here either. Got to make sure you take advantage of I do always seem to struggle to find this summer camp. What do we reckon is going to be in here? I might have to try and put another jacket on. A lantern, thanks. I can't see any infected either. Oh, they're down the bottom there. Come on. This can get gassed here as well. Oh. No. No. We don't want confrontation. God damn it. Yeah, they were shooting a suppressed pistol. I think they've gone up to the well. I don't like being this far north. Yeah, they were shooting a pistol and they were down at the bottom end where the zombies were. Again. It could be damn. No, I couldn't. I think they've moved round now. I think they're up there now. I need to, I think, skedaddle. I think if I hadn't been shot already, I might have tried to, but it takes a little getting used to trying to talk to people in this far north. And we're not north, but you know what I mean. Don't even know what gun that was. Was that a shotgun? Was that a... I don't know. I can't tell anymore. Random shed. Let's check the random shed. Come on, random shed. Oh. Another random shed. He's probably come in from this way. I think that road leads up to the... Oh, sugar, that is Severograd. Yeah, I'm not going to risk it. Not going to risk it. That is possibly sensible, not. Shut up, Mr. Fox. Or is that Mr. Rabbit? Mr. Fox. So that's BMR's castle there, isn't it? Oh, that's no. This is Novi Lug here. A town that sprung up out of nowhere, got uncovered. Is that where Detective Quinn lives? Yeah, this is Novi Lug. I did hear that there was always a good source of 4 dials and stuff here, but I think someone's living here now, so that might have adjusted. Flashlight. Little caravan of love. Mandex, purple Mandex. Already looked in there, haven't I? Silly Billy. What's that up there? We've got 10 minutes. Might find a jacket in there. Got their own little military. Probably get shot. Not got gun out. Yeah, any damage is going to be transferred through to my cooking pot now. I haven't got a jacket on. Struggle to the House of Hope. I think that's down this way. I think if you follow this all the way down, you get to that little road or track. Hence the wolves. What was this? Is this Piss Pond? It might very well be Piss Pond. Bolts. I think this does take you down to the House of Hope. I think this does. You follow this creek bed down. Should be going pretty much north. I could have dropped ages ago. Which one was that, Gideon? Was that the one yesterday? Or the one when I scampered away like a scalded cat? Like that, trying to run away and crouch and not having any stamina when I... So that's the school. Oh, look what I've seen. So they've got an apartment block. A damn fine erection they've got there. I want to check stuff out down here. See, they've got, yeah, that's probably a better location for them for gathering stuff. Oh. and I shall be right back. back? Yeah, I did well. Yeah, live to fight another day and scamper away. Yeah, a bit too close for my liking. That is the downside with notes. They can get picked up and moved around. Oh no, is that a Minuteman?
What's your name?
I'm Woodsman Rusty P.
Oh, howdy. I'm it's Cassian. I was one of the highwaymen a few months ago. What you doing around here? I never see you in these parts.
Well, if I'm honest, I got a little bit lost in the rain, and I'm just probably going to head to the House of Hope.
I see. Okay. Can I do you a trade maybe? I have raw food. Have you got any food that's cooked?
I've got no food on me at all. I got no
Okay,
food at
well,
all, unfortunately.
Take,
I haven't got
take
space.
that pork,
I haven't got space. I got loads
no
of.
space. Okay.
Do you need a leather kit or sewing
No
kit or
worries, mate.
anything? Would that be any use to you?
Yeah, I could use a sewing kit.
Let me drop this on the
A
floor.
regular one.
Yeah.
Nice
You
one.
can have that one there. I say
Thank you very much.
that's just like.
Yeah. Well. Oh wait, is your jacket a bit fucked up? I don't know.
It is. I was near Grishino and somebody decided to open up on me.
Oh fuck. Okay.
It is what.
Did you see what they look like?
No, it happened in a blink of an eye, and I'm not a shooter. I would say I'm a lover, not a fighter, but I'm not very good at that either. So I'm a runner.
Yeah. I heard. What's it called? I've heard a little tale. From the south. Is it the insurgency or the Fireflies? Are they fucking with you guys?
Insurgency. They're
I see.
they're against what we do, and we'll keep doing what we do. But what they say we do isn't what we do. I don't know. Do you want to get into the tree line a little bit? Are you?
Yeah, sure. Let's just go over here.
This is when he punches me out. Yeah, he's the Minuteman.
Just go over here. It's a bit more thick.
Where you can punch me out, steal my stuff, and I'll feel all disappointed in life again.
This should be alright. I'm very surprised to see you, considering we just woke up from the forceful sleep.
Yeah, well, I was trying to head my way away. I didn't realise.
Fine, you should be alright here.
You probably heard I called them the Minutemen. This is why this is how he shells me. Please don't shell me. Yeah, I didn't.
Well,
I didn't realise Dan were there. That's why I started heading this way.
You've got to be careful with them.
That's how little we know. I might pop and see the host on the way through, or the House of Hope, just because I've not been up here for a while. But I didn't intend to. It was just, I obviously got hit in Grishino, and coming this way there was somebody else at the summer camp, and I tried to avoid that sort of stuff. I don't compete over anything. I've got a tackle box and barbed wire and some binoculars on me. It's we're not nothing worth competing in any of these places. I don't need anything like so I just pass through.
Yeah. So what, the insurgency don't like you guys?
No. So, but if you get the chance to speak to them, and you'll hear why from their point of view. But from our point of view, they're trying to dictate who we assist on the coast. Now, I understand, some of their points of view, like if DAM come through, FL come through, which they haven't for a long, long time. We'll give them a piece of fish. We don't supply them with bombs. We don't supply them with guns. Like anybody else who comes through gets, apart from bagheads, gets very similar treatment. A piece of fish, if we've got it. If we haven't got it, they don't get anything. We don't scurry down to the coast and fish, but they deem that piece of fish, the same as allowing them to, giving them a gun, because it allows them to get back to what they're up to quicker. But, I can see that side of it, but, we survive how we choose to survive, and, we wouldn't still be here, because their ideal apocalypse would be us open fire on every one of the groups they deemed as being bad. When they, not offering,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
allowing them to come through, not allowing them to do anything, we wouldn't still be where we are. We're not a shooty group,
Yeah,
especially when I get punched out for epoxy.
Yeah, it sounds like they're a bunch of users, the insurgency. What about the Fireflies? Have they been doing anything? Been up to anything in
We
the south?
haven't really seen much of them so far. I think they're out and about, but we haven't seen much of them at all. Which I think has led to the insurgency having a bit more freedom of movement on the hills, because before the storm, they had it wasn't as consistent, but they've grown in numbers, the insurgency, and
Yep.
dare I say they're quite good with guns. Obviously it doesn't take much skill to hit somebody when they're in the base from the hill, but we've bumped into them
Yeah.
in the open, and we would struggle to compete with them. So we don't, we would struggle
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
We've had one run-in where we sort of came off slightly ahead, which was nice, but it's not something we take pride in, if I'm completely honest. It's something that I could
Yeah,
I could do without, but we'll try and defend ourselves. We're not going to be a pushover, but
Yeah, 100%. Each to their own. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, look, I'm glad that you are not pushovers and that you do attempt to defend yourself. But yeah, I just wanted to ask about the Fireflies because they're up to some shady things at the moment. So I'm just trying to ask people, but good insight, I suppose.
like I say, I haven't seen. I'm not saying they're not around, but I haven't seen many of them, if any of them at all. Funnily enough, the only ones I've seen are ex-Fireflies, as in Tino, Irish, and Santiago, because they're part of the insurgency. If you didn't know, yeah.
Well, yeah. I've heard a few of the names before, but never really met them. But yeah, well, what's your name? Was it Rusty P? Is that your name?
That
Rusty
is
P?
correct, yeah, that is correct.
Anyway, Rusty.
Yeah.
Cassian here. It was a pleasure talking to you. Safe travels. Just be careful of Shania Pollyanna on the way east, because the children of the rot, the cannibals, they sometimes are around.
Brilliant.
They don't take too lightly to anyone really.
Anyone.
So just be careful, Rusty.
I will. Thank you.
And yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Are you sure you don't want a piece of food?
No, I've got a fishing
No.
rod. I had some beef early on, which is obviously quite good when you come up here. But like I say, I'm just going to try and head that way and scoot back. Like I say, we got ambushed by we think it was the insurgency yesterday, just across the road from the embassy in the houses. It was getting dark, so if I'm going to get shot, I'd rather get shot somewhere new. I'd rather not get shot.
Yep.
But at least if I can bump into people like yourself rather than potentially just get shot at the base or get not to see anything bit more than Prig.
Yeah, definitely. I see where you come from. I understand. Well, anyway, Rusty, I'm going to continue heading west.
Yep.
So, like I said, safe travels.
Yep. Catch you later.
Right. Thank you for the chat. Bye bye.
See, two completely different interactions there. This is when I get shot in the back. What's this down here? Well, that's what you've sort of got in the back of your mind all the time. When you've had, now when he meets Devon. Yeah, so this is where I thought we run down here, but yeah, just play a little bit, just play dumb. So Chania Pollyanna. Yeah, they owe me. Yeah, I'll take your VSD you've got there, your wood effect VSD. That's the quarry. Yeah, last time I said I didn't have anything on me, I got punched out and they found my stick of epoxy. Ah, Dread. Good evening, good evening. Oh, who was after a top hat? That guy from... oh, typical. Ah, put you there. That was... Cassian sounds a lot different to he did when he was Highwayman. That wasn't A-Rock, it was the guy from Blackthorn. I shall get his name. It was... what was his name? What was his name? He came past. I might actually drop him up to him. No, I'm not. I'll give it to Mufasa, they'll bump into him. His name was... just going to check this little shed. Came through and told us that Jonas we should be all right for the debt. Who was that? Yeah. So again, oh, I do need food now. The pond is just down here, I think. I have to drop that, and that is 2 fishes worth. He wanted a moustache as well, didn't he? A moustache kit. Bandito. That was it. Yeah. Bandino or Bandito, yeah. That is the one. See, good job you're all here to keep an eye on me. Where is Chennaya Palana? Ah, it's So we're a little bit away. So what? So are they hassling? They must. Waldorf can't stand for that. They must be hassling him. Let's try and hit the House of Hope. I might just come back here and bounce between the two. Unless it's a jacket or something I can put on which is slightly bigger. I think I've still got another sewing kit in. There we go, yeah. 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 There. The House of Nope. What I might do, I might fill this up with fish, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna fill this up with fish and put some in the tents. 'Cause I'm gonna be yellow. I'm gonna be yellow anyway. But it is, people underestimate how, you know, useful the little community camps can be. I didn't check in here, did I? I think I did. Yeah, they underestimate how useful they can be. And it's only when they're not there that, and you save people time, you know, ultimately. Valuable time. There we go. Nice Wellington fish. Yeah, the House and Nope. But again, that is where you know, we've been struggling a little bit to maintain, a footprint of what we used to, being there for people and stuff like that. But that's just how things are. And it is, we all know why we do it. It is a thankless task, but you don't do it for thanks. You do it just to help people on their way, which is thanks enough. 2 more. But if, I'm sure you all know, but if you come up this way and you want to get to the summer camp, that creek bed over there, if you follow that creek bed, that takes you straight to the little troll bridge, and that brings you in from the med centre side, so you're not running across a field or get lost. If you follow that creek, that'll get you. As soon as you hit the troll bridge, you can see the hospital. That's a good little way to go in. And even when it does go into the open field a bit further round before you go into the trees again, you're still hidden. You're still hidden from view, so that's not a bad little place to go. That could be something that we do a run up here to there, drop them some fish off if we get a truck and get secure. We could, 2 fingers in the air to the evildoers, and if they're I think a lot of people are potentially struggling with people being able to be on, but if we can help each other out. We used to do it to the overlook. Yeah, and then a damaged fishing rod. Are they in a school as well? I bet they get good vantage of Severograd from that apartment. You can probably see a lot up on in those towers. So people are still finding stuff. Oh. Well, I'd give it to Mufasa. I think he'd rather have that than Blackthorn hooked. Now, so, and this is the thing about the community, Juan Pablo, they put them like within a day or so of that being made a thing. There was a mod out, and you can use tents. Yeah, unofficial you can't. Unofficial they're still screwed. You can place them, but you can't interact with them once they're placed. If the doors are open, but yeah, so that weren't long before the community modders done something and they uploaded a tent mod which allowed you to interact with tents. And that was like within I think the first day it happened, Jack and Monk were locked in a tent. The next day there was a mod. So I'm not sure why that can't migrate to official. The only thing I can think is unlicensed mods could be a bit more sinister than just being a fix, unfortunately. That's the only thing I would think. There's probably plenty of genuine modders that would do it for the community and official, but it would only take one, and I don't know enough about it myself, but I guess you could do some dodgy things with scripts and things. Yeah, well, I think a few people have done that here. That was the only way to do it. Yeah, so yeah, like the vanilla, because you haven't got them, and I don't think they'll ever have the modern. So I popped on official and put a tent down, so you can still place them, but you can't take them back up, and you can't close the doors. Still, you know. And let's say I'm not sure how that can get fixed so quickly. But again, it could cause other issues potentially. I don't know. Yes. Yeah, so if you find a tent, you can place it, but if you make a mistake, you can't pull it back out again. But you can get into it and see what's in there if the door's open. So they can still be used if you find one. It's just once it's down, that's where it lives until it's destroyed. Yeah, so they do. So when you place a tent for the first time, the tent flaps will be open. They're always open. But I didn't know that was a thing, and me and Mufasa were playing on official. Yeah, I'm not sure what, but yeah, literally the next day I went to come on here and there was an update. A tent mod update. Yeah, I think you have to be careful though, because if you sometimes place them in the wrong place, although I think on, yeah, you can't recover them, so that is where they live. So you'll probably get people blocking doors and stuff, so you'd have to shoot them to destroy them. You know how good people are sometimes. Let's go visit the House of Hope. The House of Hope. The host. I think they live up the barn up here somewhere. I did run past it before. I think they're up there. Oh, there's a northern cock. Let's check this out. Ooh. This hasn't got much of a view, has it? You got all them and them. You got your neighbours perving on you. Yeah, I'm not. No, that's not a good porta potty placement. I think that's this one. Yeah, there's a flag up here. Oh, and there's some towers as well. Oh, good lord, this is a fantastic erection. Hello, hello, anybody home? Hello, hello. It's probably the wrong sort of time. I got 4 pieces. I'll leave them in there. So Chennai Polana's over that way on the hill. So I found nails in here before, in those cars. But oh, good lord. I think we can get wolves. That's going to be a flare. Nope, flashlight. Children of rot. I'll try and find some of these little... I know this is going to backfire horrendously, like opening your map in the middle of an open field, but... So... Let's go Novo. I don't know who lives in there now. And because the coast is only really over there a little bit, where would we be in respect to like loot? This is always a funny one because I'll have to look at the map and that'll give you a rough direction on how far you'd be inland. I would say shut up. Brilliant. So there to there, you'd probably be well, a bit further. Probably Gorka, roughly, from where we are. Sort of like Dwarf Castle, Zenit sort of way from the coast inland. So, but I think with the loot spawns, they have been tweaked on official, which is called, you know, and I think there's a few hiccups, and if you update your files, I think you get that until you can pick through it and then adjust it back to how you want it, or you run with it. Wolves. Come on, let's be lucky. Top hat and leather kit can go. So that's 12 slots right there when we find a big fat 4 dial and some nails. Although I don't think you find them in containers, do you? Yeah. Do not get used to the extra storage. Do not get used to the extra storage. It's 12 slots because it's waterproof. Yeah, do not get used to the extra storage. But this one actually fits. It fits. I don't think it's got as much superpowers as the raincoat. This wouldn't be bad for a winter one, to be honest. But again, I guarantee these are a lot more difficult to find than raincoats. Doesn't look out of place, does it? Oh, blue raincoat, Minutemen. So again, if people wear you get used to it. So I had a good idea that was quite probably the Minutemen when I saw his double blue. But my temperature's already going up because this is medium insulation and the jacket is low. hiking jacket. I was going to put that in the shelter. I still am. Yeah, we don't get these backpacks. Hear the sploshing of feet. I'll leave outside. If they want it, they want it. I'm not messing about for too long. Hopefully somebody will see that and pick that up. Here they come. You'll probably get Waldorf coming down now saying, who's been shooting my wolves? Damn hippies. That's what he'll say. Goddamn hippies. Yeah, I always chuckled when I saw his sign. Basically, grab a gun and piss off. If you want, if you're expecting food, you better go and see those hippies down at St. Joe's. That was funny. You can imagine in his voice as well. Goddamn hippies. That was horrendous. That sounded like Cartman. Screwdriver, firefighter. And also, duct tape won't repair these either, these utility jackets. Electrical repair kit for that sport dot that I've got. Hatchet, shovel. This is higher. We don't get shovels round us because we're a spawn town. This isn't a spawn town, so yeah, the goop is of a higher goopness, a slightly higher goopness. Well, we're getting really busy on the coast with all the groups along there. So I'd probably consider. Well, I would consider Blackthorn because they're in the castle. They're closer to the, to our little area than they are the Sobors. But they've also got the Sobor Collective in. So I reckon it's probably up to the Sobors and then Severograd. There's probably you've got Northern Oasis as well. I think they're all over because some of them aren't displayed on the map. I think there's a good, depending on, again, it's just whether you bump into them or not, because you've got, obviously, Minutemen in Vybor, you've got the Clowns, you've got Snickersville. I think it's all round. There was a bandage. Proper northern cock up there. So I've got space for epoxy. Or 3 boxes of nails. Or a car radiator or a skateboarding helmet or hockey helmet. Let me just get into. Take this evil doer out. I think they seem to have less, but when you look at the map, so it looks like there's it looks like there's less, but you've got Vybor, you've got the Minutemen, you've got the Web, but then you've also got Dam in Severograd. And there's there'll be people probably in Novaya. Yeah, it looks like there's more down here because there is, but I think there's more up there that aren't. Because you've got the Merry Men, you've got the Timberwolves, I think are up here. FL are around here somewhere. So, yeah, I think it looks slightly less populated, but I think it's just an illusion. Oh, little hiccup, apologies. I'm going to find some nails in these cars, I reckon. Black Sheep are back, yeah, they're back. So the they're back on the map. It could have been as simple as there weren't many of them around, so they missed the deadline for reapplying for your area on the map. So if you don't reapply for it, you don't get it. So it is something that you have to, apply for. You know, if your group disappears, then you disappear off the map unless you've made, you know, like a point of interest that is an existent thing. So yeah, you have, when you become a group and obviously a faction, you know, that you have to submit area boundaries and things like that. It's quite interesting when you read up. I think it is in the Discord and online about forming a group and a faction, the requirements. You know, what is expected. You know, well, the main thing I've always said is adding value. You know, to the server, not just what you can get out of it, as what you can give back through interactions and stuff. You know, it's great. Oh, there's unknown food there. We know I'm not a fan of that either. I might take it for Monk. He loves a bit of unknown food. Yeah, that's what it's about. It's what you can, you know, it's a balance. It's, you know, what you can, you know, what we can gain from the server. If it grips you, you can laugh more than you've ever laughed on any DayZ server. You can, you know, you can have extreme highs and extreme lows. Make really good friends with groups, fall out with people over nothing but pride, and then refuse to back down on any of it. But it's, you know, and I think and that's the thing, I think it can be relatively straightforward forming a group, but difficult to maintain it. You know, have a little think about how you can fit in. You know, I'm not talking about all being good groups, but how does your group fit? How the way you want to play, can that fit? You know, are you more aligned with Dam? Are you more aligned with Fireflies, FL? Are you unique? But I think there's only so many, you know, types of group you can have. Realistically, you know, the chaotic, the lawful, the good, and all that sort of stuff. There's only so many you can have offshoots of each, but quite often they're very, very similar. And again, we go back to the days of like Dungeons and Dragons, where your alignment, you know, you were lawful good, chaotic good, neutral, and all the different like combinations of that. And with that came, you know, you wouldn't tolerate I'll say cannibals then, but you know, were like paladins. I think they were lawful good, so they were immediately against undead, I think. Yeah, immediate, you know. And elves was more of a race thing than a alignment, but they would be against orcs, wouldn't they? They were historically always. Whose base is that then? I'll just say hello while I'm up here. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I had a little bit of a headache then. Probably means there's loads of nails nearby. Hello, hello, anybody home? What's ORCC? Or at what? This is ORCC. Yeah, and you can normally tell. But yeah, that is, it's sort of what you can yeah, and I think yeah, he enjoys trying to purposely mishearing things or saying yes, yeah, I accept your apologies when they never even apologized. Like when he smashed me in the face, you know, it was all my fault. Well, it depends if he can go to the bathroom without fear of his life. You know, he's probably still a bit bunged up from, you know, matches. Four matches in a whole box. Yeah, I think this would be, I think, a reasonable suggestion for winter. But it will take sewn kits and it's not waterproof. So it'll be good in some respects, but it could cause issues in others. Sheath. I just think of him having his gun out whenever he goes to the bathroom. Yeah, there was like three wolves that ran off that way. Netting. Oh, I just went past then. Probably the honest coin. I think that's the way they go through. No. I suppose we can see if there's a boat in Prigoroki. That'd be handy. Not Prigoroki, on the docks here. Disinfectant. Yeah, I think the wolves and the dogs, there's a little thing with them at the minute. I think they get trapped in. I think that's what happens. Jumpsuit jackets. Nope, nope, nope. Looks like they're homing in. People that hit these a lot will know the places to look. Terminal vaults. A lot of this cargo hiking pants. We don't want the containers, do we? We want the outhouses and sheds. Train up there? Don't think so. As Waldorf's. I'm not going to have I'll go have a look at Waldorf's. Might have some more Mosin ammo, but this is where the children of rot hang about. You can never miss the opportunity at potentially bumping into Mr. Waldorf. This is what I mean. I'm sure you've all been up here, but if you haven't seen it, this is like his little compound. Goddamn hippies. A ghost gas strike. with love. I'm not going to be happy about that. If you look at see if we can bring a flag up. So that's where the children of rot live up there, or yeah. Is that St. Joe's over there? Yeah, I mean, it's little touches like that they made him a little compound. Yeah, fend for yourselves. He might be against community camps. Well, technically he's a community camp, just with guns. So I start putting fish in his tents, just to piss him off. Yeah. Oh, that would have been fantastic find. An absolute fantastic find. Yeah, so Cassian said the children are lost. So where do they live then? I thought it was near Berenzino. And the thing is, there's probably only going to be one outcome. Unless we've inadvertently helped them in the past. Sometimes they remember that. Or it gives you gets you a bit of a freebie. That note always makes me laugh. Oh shit, we're on Merrymen, are we? They're up here, aren't they? The last time I was up here, I don't think there were as many of them about. Do they like us or not? Chennai Polana, is that where Grid lives as well? I think it is, isn't it? That's where the Grid lives. Yeah, this is Merriman's here, isn't it? I think they are on the map here, but I'm not sure where. I think it's this town. I think that they are in this town. I'm not going to loop through here. Yeah, I'm sure this is their little area. Oh, sure, that is it. Yeah. It's not far from here, is it? I don't think. Yeah, it's the next, yes, sort of the next one over. Well, like nearly a kilometre away, but yeah, over. You got a little military checkpoint down here. What's the bet we get shot out of these cars? This is like a poor man's version of the Southwestern evac. So the law would be, you know, that they were trying to head to Novo Docks, I guess, to evacuate, and the Southwestern evac, they were like trying to leave the area, and the same as the Western evac as well. Fresh set of boots. light bulb. I'm going to see if there's a boat. Quite often when I've spawned in up here, there's been a boat right the other side of the docks. If you keep going where you spawn in, instead of coming inland, if you go... Or there's one on the other side as well. Please don't fall off. That can't be me. Oh. So is there a boat? So the boats I'm on about are over that way. They might have found a boat. Or a car. Where the other... You must have got the other jerry can. See if there's a boat over this way. It's along here. If there is one, there'll be one along here. Not paying attention. No, there's not a boat. There isn't a boat. But you get them along here. As in one you can drive. Nope. Right, I think I'm going to go and sleep in these trees up here. Yep, I think I will call it for the evening. Just make sure there's no shots. Shouldn't be, but you never know. And we are safely out. Yeah, so we've done quite a bit of travelling. So we've gone from the south pretty much up to Severograd and bumped into a few people. Which what? The one in Kushino, that one. Yeah, it's Yeah, yeah. I'll see. Oh, yeah, I'll go back and see if I can get that. But again, you see, when you come up, there's always that certain point in the map where I think, and for the most part, Torquen's out the question. Normally, because he made me jump, normally I would be saying something like, "That's not very nice," and that might have started something, but you just haven't got the time. I panicked and no, yeah, I was crouch walking away when I should have been sprinting, and but I'll go and have a look at that. But yeah, thank you all so very much for watching. Carhole, thank you very, very much for the raid and the follows over on Twitch. And Igloo for your super chat. Thank you very, very much. Very kind, very much appreciated. We'll carry on with this tomorrow. I'll try and do a bit of looting on the way down, I think. Although I haven't got space, but I'll have to start dropping stuff. It won't take me too long to get back. But you can see again, I suppose I wasn't thorough looting, but I was trying to check out houses and cars, and there's obviously people finding stuff, luckier than us. By the size of some of their places. So you can find them. You just need to be out there running around looking. You all enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very, very much for watching again. It is very much appreciated.